Okay, how's this? Hopefully that's better. I must have accidentally turned down the mic gain. Thanks. Yeah, I must have fumbled the volume slider at some point. Typical. Okay, so hopefully everything's under control. And Claire turned the fish tank off as well, so we shouldn't have constant noise in the background. I don't actually have anything interesting to drink tonight. I've got a glass of water with some ice. And down to my left here, I do have a bottle of Jack Daniel's Tennessee Honey. I shall maybe save that for later. Right then. So, yes, 5 days to go. And, yeah, nervous, definitely. But I think we're getting there. I've been making more of the video over the past few days. And it must have like 30 different small scenes now that I've had to edit in. And my God, does video editing take a long time. Or at least it takes me a long time. So, tonight I'm going to be doing more work on just making the Sensors UI slicker and functionally more efficient. Because I noticed that here, for example, we are setting a variable that we're not actually using, but rather than handling a lot of that on the sensors, so we got a lot of global events here where we are capturing some data like there and there. And rather than managing that from the widget, it would be much better to handle that via the actual parent blueprint, turn it into a rep notify, because these are generated on the server anyway, and handle the output, or rather the reaction to these variables updating, so that the widget panel is literally just a display for the data and is not managing any of the data. I think in a few places I've kind of fallen into the trap, I guess like here, where the actual widget itself is recording data, like the ship moving, and obviously then reacting to that. But What we should be doing is storing this on the parent and then passing that to the widget from the parent blueprint, which is just a much more efficient way of doing it. Thanks. Oh, yesterday, Claire told me that I pronounced your name wrong. I said Leos. Is it in fact Leosh? Is that how you pronounce it? Ah, great. Okay, I'll remember that in future. I'm terrible with names, so I will butcher every name I see. Guaranteed. Right, let's go through these and work out what we are and are not using. Right, so that one's quite self-explanatory. That's just grabbing a reference to the holo display, which we're doing on initialized. But again, do we want to be doing that from the widget, or would that be better off happening from the actual blueprint? I don't know what the official best practice would be, but it seems logical that best practice is probably to do as little on the actual widget as you can. Do it all from a blueprint, and then just have the widget deal with displaying the data and handling player interaction. Yeah, Claire's usually on the ball with that sort of thing. See, this is pointless. What's going on here? So yeah, that's completely irrelevant and not doing anything, so we don't need that. So our sorted sectors are the ones which are pre-sorted at the time of generation to be in order of distance from the ship. And then we filter those based on the range of the sensors, which is nice and straightforward. Okay, so that's the sorted ones. Angle will be an interesting one. So you mean like a visibility cone? At some point we will have to do something along those lines, especially when it comes to targeting things in front of the ship. Sure, yeah. It should be relatively straightforward because you can just see which directional vector that object is relative to the ship's world coordinates. So knowing whether it's above or below should be straightforward enough. Drawing a cone is harder. Okay, so we get our sector locations, we check to see are we on the long range sensors, and if we are, we then list these sector locations. That needs a little bit of further logic to check whether or not we're auto-refreshing or not, because one of the things that happens right now is as you're flying through the galaxy, if you're on the long range sensors, then the list of stars is constantly updating, which means if you're scrolling through it, it immediately resets it and scrolls it to the top. So yeah, if we can turn off that happening and make it a toggle, that should be just better for user friendliness. Okay, so the post-load events are nothing to do with the sensors, so they can go up there. That's just setting some variables. Not quite sure why we're capturing an unfiltered list. I guess we can use that for, actually no, I was just thinking we can use that for the galaxy, the sector view, but I don't think we're actually using that right now, so that can just get parked over there. We'll then hook this one up. Make that into a variable, replicate it. Hi CSX, welcome to a stream. I don't think it's for the holomap labels. I think that's it's probably something I'd set up to work with before I went ahead and did it in a sorted list instead. Because a lot of the stuff with the Galaxy, the trick to it is to generate once and use many times. So you're generating data is as less frequently as possible, or as infrequently as possible rather, and then you use it a lot. So the more we can avoid generating data, the better. Yeah, then all we need to do then is just turn this into an event. So if we get rid of that, move that, make this into a custom event, unfiltered sector locations, updated. Actually, no, they are the filtered ones, aren't they? Filtered sector locations updated, and what data format is this? Sector location. I will take that as an input. Okay, so the logic behind doing this is that by storing this in a variable on the parent blueprint and having it as rep notify, it means that this now works for any joining clients, whereas the previous method would not. So they wouldn't get the most recent information, whereas now they will. And again, it's taking logic away from the widget, which we don't want it to be doing. So then we need to cross that sorted, not filtered. Let's get my naming conventions right. Great, that just fires that, so then we don't need that. I think we'll still retain a local copy of that list, just in case we need it. Yeah, a lot of this is also future-proofing, because we need to really expand what a lot of these consoles on the bridge will be doing. So a lot of their old code, which was prototyping for the most part, it wasn't really very robust when it comes to adding additional functionality. So by breaking things down to a more modular way, we can add new stuff more easily. So if that's the sorted ones, then this should be writing to filtered ones. Okay. Right, so we start with all of them, and then we strip any which are out of range. That leaves us with our filtered locations, which we then use to draw our list of targets. Okay, all good. So things like which display mode we're in, that should now be managed from here. So here's where we're setting the display mode now, and again it's using rep notify, so that is fine. I'm already casting to that. Yeah, we shouldn't need to cast to that twice. That's fine. Don't need that. More things to delete, that always makes me happy. Okay, so the other thing we're doing here actually is we're updating the holo display by way of using a global event, which means that this is no longer needed, because we're no longer sending directly to the holo display. Yeah, because a lot of what we're doing here... Again, we can do that more efficiently. So initially I was just streaming on weekends. We were shooting for Saturday, but I think Sunday is probably going to work out easier to maintain regularly. And then we threw in a Wednesday one as well, just to have a midweek stream. So it's moving forward, it's probably going to be every Wednesday and every Sunday at 8 PM London time. I was a bit nervous about streaming initially, because of the whole having to speak and think at the same time. You know, doing two things at once is never easy. But I'm actually starting to really enjoy it. It's quite relaxing just to sort of blather on as I'm working. Yeah, like, comment, subscribe, all that stuff. I try not to say like, comment, and subscribe, and all the other YouTube tropes. Yeah, Claire says I'm too chill. Thanks. Yeah, I don't let anything bother me. I just kind of get on with it. Life's too short to get bent out of shape over things. Hi, Floristic. Yeah, everything's going good, thank you. We are ticking along, as always, slowly but surely. Sorry, did I miss the question there? I think I did, didn't I? Yeah, I don't think we've got a memory leak. You know, we've tested it for days at a time. Not seeing any issues, but like Claire says, we don't actually have a Steam Deck, so you know, I don't know whether something unusual is happening on that platform. I don't think I've ever been described as too interesting. Usually quite the opposite. The frame rate dropping might actually be temperature related, because something I noticed yesterday when I was recording some videos is that my 2080 is hitting 80 degrees C, and I'm usually getting around about 90-95 FPS, and as soon as it gets to 80 degrees C, the graphics card throttles itself, and then it goes down to like 40 odd. So it could very well be a temperature issue, and hopefully that'll improve soon, because with the shader complexity improving, I think we've got a lot more green now and a lot less nastiness. Obviously, it's still bad down here, but all this is getting fixed. So the shader complexity is going to get, a lot more reasonable, and that should really help with graphics cards and overheating issues. Yeah, the game's being built for VR as well, and that's also one of the reasons why we focused on touchscreens rather than physical buttons, because this is really easy to put VR in already. All you need is a widget interaction component on the fingertips of the VR hand, and they'll literally just automatically work with every UI panel in the game, just out of the box, which is great. So all we actually need to implement for VR is the locomotion methods. Teleport's simple, but slightly more sophisticated locomotion methods, and a full body IK. That's about it, really. There's not a lot to it. Optimization needs to come on a long way for VR, because it is very, very heavy at the moment, but we'll work on that over time. You can compile multi-platform on here. So right now I've only got Windows, because that's all I've enabled, but you can just compile directly for different platforms. Obviously, compiling for Mac, you have to be on a Mac to do that, and I believe the same for Linux. But we won't be doing that unless we actually have a dedicated Mac or Linux developer. I'd rather not just compile and hope. Okay, so what we're using this for. So we're using this to save whether or not we have already scanned a star system. But do we need to specifically get that ID, or would it not be better just to store the whole sector location data? Yeah, I think I will just store the whole thing, because there's a few bits and pieces in here which will be useful further down the line. Right, let's start making some room. Good evening. Welcome to the stream. Going to be a few of these, so I'll organize them. No, since the last stream, I've been working on recording videos and things for Kickstarter. So this is actually the first time I've been in Engine since Saturday. Which is nice, it's a nice break. It's part of the challenge of being an indie dev, actually. Sometimes you need to step away from development work and deal with business stuff, because it's, I'm fortunate that I've got Claire and there's two of us doing it, but if you're literally just a solo indie dev, then you have to do everything, and there's a lot of stuff you've got to do which has nothing to do with the actual day-to-day development work, and a lot of it's really time-consuming and annoying. So I try and kind of push as much of that Claire's way as I can. Thanks, Claire. Thumbs up. Okay, that's a bit cleaner. So all of this is the old stuff, so all that can go away. That's all old, that can go away. Going to need a few different scan buttons here, so we can add those. I'll set both of these variables for now, but when I get around to working with this one, I'll remove this and just get the data directly from this, because I can just pull the ID out of the struct, which actually is actually the seed when you really get down to the bottom of what it's actually doing. Yeah, let's just get rid of all these. So this one should be a list of planets and things, shouldn't it? Yeah, so that's a more detailed version of this one. So when we go through and generate all the stars and things in a sector, we're referring to those as sector locations. So each single cubic light year within a sector is a sector location, and then that sector location can have anything in it. It could be a black hole, it could be a star system, it could be a rogue planet. Essentially, that is a cube of content. So the basic information is generated for all the populated sector locations, and if I break that struct, you can see that there's very little there in terms of data. In fact, we're generating the minimum amount of data possible. So this is literally the things that are needed and nothing more, to try and keep the data footprint as small as possible. And then when we actually need more data, then we generate that on a per location basis. So when it comes to things like all of this, like a struct full of planets and all the other bits and pieces, none of this information is needed until we actually drill down on the sensors to actually look in to that sector. So when you scan it, for example, it fetches this data for that individual system and only for that system. Otherwise, we'd have to generate all the planets for every single star system all at once, which would be explosive. Okay, so we need that one. Can't quite remember why we have references to these. Do we actually use them, and why are we using them? I think that's perhaps old stuff that we're not doing anymore. That's the problem when you've got a blueprint which is 3 years old. You've got a sort of 3 years worth of experimentation just hanging around. Yeah, there'll be some survival elements to the game, but I want to sort of keep it survival light. So yes, the ship needs a reliable source of food and water, and if you don't have a reliable source of food and water, then eventually all the NPCs will die, and that will be game over. So that will be a part of it, but we don't want it to be too much of an onerous task. So it's, as long as you eat and drink once per in-game day, then that would suffice. We don't want to make it too hardcore. And the ship will have, a huge water supply anyway, so it's not something you'll have to restock very often. But in terms of feeding people, and this is relevant to the chef gameplay, the aquaponics or hydroponics, depending on how we do it, that will grow the raw plant matter, which is then used as the fuel for the organic 3D printers. So things like the kitchen areas, they'll have organic 3D printers which will print out the raw materials, which the chef will then use to make meals out of. But those 3D printed fruits, vegetables and things are all created from the raw plant matter which we grow in the aquaponics. And part of the upgrade path for that will be discovering new, sort of faster growing, more nutrient dense plants on alien worlds. and then using those instead, so that you've got a even more efficient, reliable source of fuel for all the organic 3D printers. Yep, printed taters. So the way we're approaching it is that the food that you 3D print is raw materials. So you could like 3D print a carrot, but then you still have to actually make something with that raw carrot. You can't just print out a 3-course meal, like all hot and ready to eat. There will definitely be a coffee machine. Yeah, coffee machines and things. I'll be adding that to places like the conference room that will have drinks machines. The 2 offices on A deck will have drinks machines. Obviously, the kitchen areas, and I'll be modelling those on sort of modern touchscreen drinks machines. Like if you go into a modern pub or restaurant, sometimes you get like a refillable drink, and then the machine you can have like Coke, Pepsi, Fanta, but you can also have like cherry Coke or orange Coke, and you can mix and match with the buttons on the machines. So we'll be doing it like that. So you'll have a big touch screen with pretty graphics and lists of different drinks and things, and then it will pop out a cup and fill it with a fluid. Okay, so we've got a function here, which I don't think we're using anymore. It's certainly not referenced on this blueprint. And I think we're actually doing that action on here instead, which I'm happy to continue doing, because we don't need to actually do that unless we're on the right sensor mode. So doing it on here is a bit redundant. So that is a function that we can get rid of. Be careful with that actually, because these are set but they're not being used, so don't want it to delete stuff by accident. Right, so you can go away. You can go away. Get rid of that one. It's better. Slowly but surely it's getting cleaner. Okay, so this is the macro we use for drawing the old list of systems within the current, planets within the current system. That's going to need recreating. Okay, now this one is essentially a copy of this data, except that it's a standalone version, so it's not driven by where the ship is, it's driven manually based on us requesting that particular star system. Oops, I've got to add the event. It's not the event I wanted. It'd help if I could type. A weird function showing up there. I don't know where it came from. I'll ignore it for now. I imagine a lot of coding veterans out there are cringing over my variable naming convention. They do get quite long sometimes. Guess it's just personal preference. I like them to be obvious what they are when I look at them, because otherwise I will forget. Booleans are a good one, actually. Like the accepted convention is that if you're naming a Boolean, you should put B in front of it and then not use a question mark. But I like adding a question mark. I don't know why. I just, generally speaking, I use them in the form of a question, so I like putting a question mark. Just one of them things. I will fight for the right of question marks. Okay, so we shouldn't need the customization stuff anymore, which is why I unhooked it previously, because the individual widget elements now manage that themselves, so that shouldn't need to be duplicated. Yeah, and that doesn't need to be there anymore. No worries, Leosh. Thanks for joining. See you next time. Okay. So I'm pretty sure I don't need this. Yeah. Actually, let's see where it's being called. Yeah, I don't need it. It's fine. It can go. I shall fix any errors that crop up in a moment. Yeah, that is a quality variable name right there. You get extra points for mixed capitalization. Just rename that for consistency's sake. I always forget you can do that and just drag it across. Okay, that's better. So now, rather than managing the data on the widget, we're doing it from the parent blueprint, and we are replicating it for multiplayer for good measure. So any joining clients should now get all of that updated nicely. Okay, so that's setting up our data packet, which we will be sending across. And that is just handling some of the electrical stuff. Hang on a minute. Why are we duplicating that? Right, yeah, because that's the server version. So the server copy of this blueprint goes and searches for its connected cable, and we don't want the client doing that. But on the client version, we go ahead and just set up whether or not the screen is currently on. So I think what I'll do is I shall move that up there, and we will give that a comment. So it's client postload events. I don't think the execution order matters here too much. Should be fine. So all we're doing is we're saying if we're not receiving any voltage, then hide the screen. And obviously the server then kicks off, handles the electrical stuff, and it does come back on. So that should be fine. Did I ever play Bridge Commander? Yes, I did. Not very much, to be honest, because it sort of coincided with a lot of the other work I was doing, so I didn't really have much time for gaming. But yeah, it was good. I always get it confused with Bridge Crew. Hang on, let me just... Oh yeah. No, actually no, Bridge Commander I played a lot of. And I really like the ship-to-ship combat model in that. and that's something that will be similar for what we're doing here. So the combat model for StarSim will be very much sort of Bridge Commander-esque in the fact that it's sort of slow, methodical. It's about angling yourself and your firing arcs and keeping your soft bits away from the enemy. Hi there, Anonymous Bytes. What we are doing is we are taking one of the widget panels, which is the sensors UI, and we are dragging it kicking and screaming into 2024. We are getting rid of a bunch of redundant code. We are improving the way it works, making it better in multiplayer, and just generally future-proofing so we can add new content more easily in the future. This is an example of the new code. It's a lot more structured. It's a lot more straightforward. And I'm a big fan of nice, simple, non-cluttered code. So so that one's that's just a helper function, so that can go out the way. Yeah, this is like big boy Scratch. So that we still need. That we still need. Hopefully I can do away with this. It's a bit of a hack to get the list item to scroll into view. But I shall return to this when I do the in-system UI, which I think, to be honest, we are kind of there now. So we've got our global event handlers set up. That's storing all the information we need. This is replicating all our button presses, so that's all fine. I shall tidy those up and comment them. What are you? Oh, that's another helper function. I had to add one of these to every widget to fix the things not updating in the editor like that. Not all of the widgets are actually connected to it, which is why only those ones get fixed. I'm not convinced that that is actually being used for anything. What concerns me is it's actually sending data directly to the ship. And that's a server RPC anyway, which wouldn't work if the client pressed that button. So I reckon that's redundant now. So let's just mark that for future deletion once I've had a moment to double check it. Right, so that's the main stuff we're working with. So the logic now is basically just this, which is nice. So the next little conundrum, and this is something I was ruminating over earlier, is that I've added these guys as children to a canvas, just so that I can group them together, and the same with those ones there. Because like this lot, they're actually not grouped at all on a canvas, which I think is going to bite me at some point. And here's an example of why I hate working on UIs. So I've just selected all of those child widgets. Now, if we wrap those in a canvas, look what happens. Brilliant. Thanks, Unreal. That's really helpful. So I'll sort that out off the stream because no one wants to see me moving buttons around. But I'm using a widget switcher for handling the different sensor modes, and a couple of these are not on the widget switcher because they always need to be there. But I think for simplicity's sake, I might actually duplicate these controls for each of the sensor modes, and then I can just make the one we're on grayed out, just to make that a little bit more obvious. It'd be easier to manage them that way. I also need a slightly different version of this for the long range sensors, because the GPS one, we don't need to worry about auto refresh because we're dealing on such massive scales that sort of, it's implied that if you're focusing on the ship, it's going to be auto refreshing anyway, and it's not generating a list of stuff, so that doesn't need to be there. But it does on the long range, and then on the medium range, which is essentially a star system view, that needs to be different again. It would be nice to be able to focus on any manual position within a star system, not for any real practical purpose, but just for completion's sake. That could be useful. But then we also need 3 focal points, because we need to be able to focus on the central star, or at least the barycenter in a multi-star system. So we can zoom in and out and show the whole system at once, focused on the star. We also need to be able to focus on the ship, so we can see the system moving as we do. So that's what's needed for that one. And again, auto refresh is kind of implied to be on with that, so that doesn't need to be there. And then on the short range, again, we need slightly different focal points where we need the ship or the central planet in a system. And then maybe actually, rather than having manual location, we can instead choose to focus on child objects. So maybe focus on the individual moons, so we could focus the map on them and zoom into them. So it does mean we need a different version of this panel on every single one of the different sensor modes, which means it does need combining into a canvas panel. But yeah, I'll leave that for now, and I think what we'll do is we'll focus on starting to build up the list of planets rather in the star system as children of the central star. So we've got a nested tree to build, the same as we do for the long range. So that's what I'll do next. Good question. So who has event authority on the result of terminal screen use? The simple answer to that is everybody. So what happens is when you press one of the buttons, it pipes that button press through the player controller, and then the player controller turns that into a server RPC. So because the server has a copy of the player controller, it basically acts as the server. So it doesn't matter whether you're the server or the client, the button presses always end up being server authoritative eventually, by the time it gets to actually performing any action. No problem. Okay, so this list view, I think we need to copy a couple of bits from this other one. So we'll take that target list, use that as our background. And we also need some buttons. We also need that. Yeah, and so we'll take all of that, and then we will duplicate that on this one. So stick that on there. Of course, it's going to put it all the way over there. So we don't need that one. And then that one can be bigger. I shall position these precisely at some point, but that'll do for now. Right, so we've got copies of these guys, which means that those ones need to be long range so that we don't get ourselves confused. They can stay as they are because we're not using those as variables. That one's already set up. So these buttons are essentially direct duplicates of the ones on the long range mode. So what we'll do is we'll just send that in the same place. If I can remember where. Is it down here somewhere? Nope. So that's our mode, that's our range, that's the manual entry box. That's the old code for it. Oh yes, those ones. Okay. So we don't necessarily need... Oh no, yes we do need actually. It's good to say we don't need to differentiate the scan modes, but no we do. So that can be a separate button. And there'll be a short range version of this as well. The sensor helm, however, that can just send to the same event because the sensor target is going to update the same regardless of which one we're using. So it's the same data that we're sending, so that's fine. So that one can just join that one. And they can do the same thing. It's a little redundant to make a copy of the button. It's just for the sake of design, because I'm using a widget switcher to switch display modes. We're essentially making a tabbed interface. So each tab, if I just do a copy of the button, it saves me having to try and get the same button to appear on two different tabs. It's just an ease of use thing for my poor brain. And I'll probably do the same here as well. What I was going to do is have the display range buttons be sort of multimodal depending on which sensor mode you're in. But if I just duplicate the buttons on each page, then that's another job I don't actually need to do. They can just be piped through to exactly what they need to do. So I think that's what these ones are. Yeah, so what we're doing is we're actually switching on the widget mode and then having those buttons do something different depending on the current mode. But if we just duplicate the buttons, then this switch isn't actually necessary, and they can just have a separate function for each mode instead. It does the same thing at the end of the day, but it's a little easier to work with. And I'm all for ease of use. Okay, so the target's in range. We just default that to 0, because we'll start adding to that once we do the scan. Make sure that's on top. Oops. Right, so what's our base class is basically layer 0 of the tree, which is fine because at some point we're going to have multiple stars, so we will have multiple trees or multiple roots. So that can stay as just the star. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, that was a fun system to build, if a little brain melting at times. I think the hardest thing with the fluid system in particular, which ironically was harder than the electrical system, is the order of events. So, if you turn off a valve to stop the flow of water, then that state change needs to propagate in two different directions, because you need to know upstream that the valve is now closed and there can be no flow, but you also need to know downstream that flow has now stopped. So managing that two-way communication around, especially a closed loop, was a fun challenge. So good luck with that one. The other one as well is leakage. So if you have closed a valve, but the valve is leaking, or the pipe leading up to the valve is leaking, the valve is saying, I'm closed, therefore there's no flow, but the leak is saying, I'm leaking, there is a flow. So you've got conflicting messages there on the fluid code. So that's that was a real nightmare to get my head around, that one. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think I'm completely happy with the UIs yet, with the way they are. They'll definitely undergo another iteration or two before I'm happy with them. I also need to add some physical controls to certainly the chillers and the pumps, because one of the issues we have right now is if you kill power to G-Deck, or at least the quadrant of G-Deck that has all the pumps and things in, then even if it's for a split second, they will turn themselves off, and when power is restored, they'll still be off, and then people kind of don't realise that that's happened. So you get people running around wondering why they can't start the reactor, and it's because the chillers and the pumps have now turned themselves off. But if we had a physical on and off switch, then that would solve that problem. So we're enabling and disabling buttons here, which is no longer needed. Yeah, it's not logical behavior, because when you've gone round and started everything up, in the back of your head, you're like, I know I turned that on, so it must still be on. But of course, having it turn itself off when it loses power, yeah, it's just one of those, it doesn't quite flow very well things. So I think having it able to stay on will just flow better. Okay, so what we need to do now is we essentially need to duplicate the functionality of this, of which there's a bunch of old code which we can just get rid of. So I might need to make a duplicate of this root object for the list, because the child that it creates needs to have the expand button on it for the tree. I'm pretty sure that one doesn't, because this one's got it because this one's the root. And then, yeah, that one doesn't. So we need to do a duplicate of this. Yeah, that also doesn't need to be a button anymore. Alright, if we duplicate this one, then we'll turn that into an alternate child, because we don't need to list planets on the long range mode. Sorry, don't need to list moons, rather, on the long range mode. But we do need to be able to list moons on the medium range mode. Because we'll have it so that the sensors won't be able to detect moons around planets long range. You'll have to go medium range and actually be in the system to be able to detect moons. Okay, so right now, what have we got? So yeah, we shouldn't be too far away from having moons. To be honest, a lot of the groundwork's been done for moons already. That was going to be the comms. So you have the comms guy sat here, sensors guy sat there, and over this side you'll have tactical here and defense here. It might be the case that there could be enough room and kind of brain time on this one to be able to have both offensive and defensive stuff on the same console, in which case we'll have to sit someone else here. But depending on how much work's involved in managing the shields, transferring power between shields and things, we might have that as completely separate jobs, in which case you'd have two tactical people sat there. So basically 2 science people here, 1 for comms, 1 for sensors, and then 2 tactical on this side, 1 for offense, 1 for defense. And then 2 engineering people over there, someone there for like environmental control, and then the internal security station will be here. So a lot of the stuff here is redundant now, so most of that can be deleted. Just need to make sure we're getting that data. So the current sector location details should be set here. And that's firing the same macro. Actually, one thing we're not doing is we're not actually setting the display mode. Not directly, at least. Let me just remind myself how we're doing that. So, as we set the mode there. Okay, then we're firing this. But are we storing it? That's the question. Yeah, so that's what goes to the holo display. And that's what we're sending through to the widget. We're not actually updating it, so let's fix that. It's better. Yeah, otherwise these wouldn't be updating. Okay, so we press the display mode, we go for the medium range sensors, we do the widget switcher. Target info widget switcher, I don't think we're actually using now. No, we're not. So although saying that, we are for the long range, I think. Yeah, that one. So this is just how we're changing the message on the other side. And we have a bit of a graphic, and then we display the actual data in a canvas panel. So I think what we'll do is we will duplicate the whole thing. And stick that on here. Again, I'll sort the sizing out properly at another point. But that one should be... So you are medium range target info. and then you're all long range. Right, that should stop them getting confused. So the GPS doesn't care about that at all. You don't care about that one. You only care about that one. Right, that's better. So when we click on the sensor mode, it immediately goes to the default page, which is that one. So we have no target selected. Then that target either has data, in which case we need, doesn't have data, in which case we need to scan it, or it does, in which case we show the data, and at some point I need to re-add the actual scanning graphic just so that it shows that it's doing something. So here is a question. Do we want to filter the list of objects in a star system based on range? I suppose we do, really. Which means this. We need just the planets, don't we? So that list of planets should also include the star in position 0 in the array. Right, yeah, so let's filter that. So if we duplicate that function, oh, hang on, that was a macro. What even is that? Why do you even exist? You shouldn't exist. You're doing nothing. Do we want to be storing it as a local variable, or do we need it elsewhere? I guess we'll keep it local for now. To make sure that this sensor range is definitely passing the right values, because we're using it for lots of different modes. Need to start sticking some of these in folders, I think. It's getting a bit too much stuff. Right, so that is... Do we do it? Yeah, we do. Large system objects. And the output is also large system objects. So, data-wise, the large system objects are things like planets, moons, anything which is large and generally orbiting the star. Things like ships and stations would be a small system object. Right, and then this macro needs to take different data, so that actually has to be also large system object and an array. So when you scan an object, what it's doing is it's listing the details in the details panel rather than drawing a list of objects in the system. And I've made one macro that does both jobs, and I think what I'll do is I'll separate that into two separate macros, just to keep that a little bit more sensible. Which means we don't need that. Right, so yeah, so the sensor range, let's make that a bit neater. Okay, yeah, so we're definitely selecting the correct sensor range on here. And just to confirm, we're definitely setting those correctly on here. Yep, so the other ones aren't hooked up yet, so they need doing. That's fine. Close some of these tabs out. I'm terrible for leaving tabs open on here, on browsers, anything that's got tabs. I seem to be like medically incapable of closing tabs. Right, so that's ensuring that we've got all the different sensor ranges plumbed in. So we've definitely got the right one going to the right place. Rename that actually so it's a little more consistent with what we're actually doing. Technically they're system locations, but it won't always be a star system, so might make that slightly more generic. So I'm pretty sure we don't need to do that anymore. Yeah, I didn't think so. We just need to set up the title. Yep, so you're the wrong format, so you need to be large system objects. Okay, so one thing actually that we don't have is a hard specified distance. So when it comes to filtering the list, we're actually going to have to do the measuring in this function, which is fine because we're only actually dealing with objects within a star system. We're not dealing with, you know, tens of thousands of stars, so that's not going to be a huge deal. But that's probably a job for another day. So if we just unhook that for now, so we'll just skip that for the time being, and then when I add the zoom controls, that's when we'll start using this. So for now we just need to sort out the UI display. Hi, Check Rider. Yeah, I don't think... Is this the first stream you've actually made it to? Ah, then, welcome to your first YouTube stream. I imagine it is exactly the same as the last one you watched. Just me talking nonsense while I try and figure out what I'm doing. On that note, what am I doing? Oh yeah, I need to update that. So we need to update our title text by getting the length of the array. Format text. Right, so that will give us our number of targets in range. Yeah, exactly that. We're making the thing do the thing. What do you mean error? It does have data. Stop moaning. Right, what are you? You're an large system object. Yeah. That's fine, that's fine. Fix that in a minute. So we don't care whether or not we're using the scan at the moment. Not bothering with that at the moment. Alright, let's get them out the way. Don't need that for the minute. Don't need that. Don't need that. Right, so copying what I did last time. We need the list item. List Evon. Where is it? That's the long range one. We want the medium range one. Right, so we need that. And then we need to clear all the list items because we're redrawing it, so make sure that it's blank. Yes. So the short range sensor view will be what you're using for doing things like surface scans or scanning an object in space. And it's the short range that we're actually building as part of this. So actually the reason we're going through the effort of redesigning and sort of tightening up a lot of the code on the sensors is so that we can add the more detailed scanning modes and things like all the data from the life generation system, which I'll be working on soon, actually, generating life in the galaxy. And that's when we'll start putting together all the procedural attributes for all the different alien species that are out there. That'll probably turn out to be quite a big system, because we need to do things like write a system to procedurally come up with names and things. So yeah, that's going to be a fun one. Yep, I am picturing data in my head right now. Yeah, the database of discoveries is going to be local to the player. It's going to work. What's the best analogy I can come up with? So in Minecraft, for example, when you start a new game in Minecraft, your save file is quite small, or the save folder as it is, because you don't have any of the chunk data saved. But the more you explore and the more you venture out from your spawn point, it starts to create more and more local files for each chunk. And then as that chunk gets edited and changed and you put blocks down, it's constantly editing those chunk files. And we're going to do the same thing with our procedural galaxy. So when you discover an alien species, it will create a specific save file for that alien species. Or at least it'll add it to a list. We'll have a struct full of various data tables. And it will manage things like your reputation with that species, how or what things of theirs you have done. So if you've done a task for them, for example, it will store whether or not you completed that task, whether you succeeded, whether you failed. So it will store everything pertinent to you and that alien species. And as you explore and as you encounter more alien species, that file is going to grow and grow and grow. So I don't think it'll be a massive database, because we're only talking, you know, a few kilobytes of data per species. But yeah, over the course of maybe a few years worth of exploring, you'll probably encounter a lot of aliens, and that file will probably grow quite big. But it's really the only way we can do it. Okay, so clear our list view. Check how many targets we have. If it's more than 0, then we need to start populating the list. I will be, actually, yes. I think it would be nice if I could give Drew and others like Drew an alien species and say, right, you know, you're responsible for that species. So all the lore, the history, everything to do that with that species, I'm handing that off to you. And the good thing about doing that is that, you know, different authors will have a different take and a different style. So those species that they're responsible for will have a really unique feel to them, just kind of, you know, increasing the uniqueness of them. We've actually already got a star system for Drew in the game. Obviously, that sort of thing's going to have to wait until we have, you know, the funding available to be able to pay people to do that. Because you know, we can't expect them to do it for free. Going to just blatantly copy my other code a minute. So we might actually need to make a different version of this, because what's it using the sector location for? Where are we? Okay, so we're using the using the temperature of the star to colour the little blob. Are we using it for anything else? Yeah. Okay. So we have the same data in the other struct, but it's this one is referencing that specifically. And the only way to make this generic would be to add those as inputs on there. So what do we actually have? So we've got temperature of the object, the name of the star, and then where it is in the galaxy, and its coordinates. Okay, and then we're going to have its object type when we send that across to the helm, so we know what it is we're rocking up to, whether it's a star or a planet. So that's going to come from there as well. Okay, so I suppose the question is, do we have temperature data in this one? Are we using planet temperature for stars? That one. Right, so when we add that, no, we're not. But we could. Yeah, so I think where we've got a bit of a flaw in the data that we're storing here is we're using a rather generic set of details for each large object. So with the planets, we're obviously needing more data because they're actually orbiting. For things like object type, we are storing that properly for stars as well as planets. But the temperature could be better if it wasn't specific for planets. So it is stored as a Kelvin value. Yeah, 740, so that's definitely Kelvin. So why don't we use that field for stars as well? Rename that. I'm not going to rename it yet because there's a bug with Unreal, and if you name a variable in a struct and you then save all, then what happens is every blueprint that references that struct suddenly can't see it, and all of them will have errors. But if you rename it, save just the struct, quit the engine, and then load it up again, it's fine. But I'll do that at a later date to save messing about with it. Yeah, bugs are brilliant. Okay, for some reason we're not storing the temperature of the black holes. That's fine. I don't need that for the time being. This is Drew's system, by the way. So, Lysail, I think it's pronounced Lysail 9352. These are all the planets from his book, namely that one. This is a good example of how we're able to set up custom systems. Right now, this is perhaps a flawed way of doing it because we're setting up variables and things directly. It would be nice to move this to a data table, but then we do need to do some math. So, yeah, some of it can be going in a data structure, but most of it we're going to have to do some calculating. It does actually. There we go. Planet Selwyn. It's still there. Right, so when we're generating procedural system, we need to make sure that we're setting the star temperature down here. Which is that one. So this is where we do things like we work out all the different temperature zones in a system, and then depending on where these planets fall within these temperature zones, we can define their surface characteristics. But yeah, so if we add that, so we just pop that in there. So armed with that information, that means we can now use that instead of this, which means we can dual purpose this list item. So we just need to have temperature galaxy coordinates, which is vector, your float. We need another vector, which is local coordinates. So we can now access those as variables. Nope, that's not what I wanted. Right, so there's our data points, which means we don't need to store that, or break the struct to set these things. We can just store them now. In fact, we don't even need to store some of these. We can just use them outright. So like that can just go in there. Same with the name, which will also set. So object name, which is going to be a text field. We could do, yeah. One of the things we'll be doing for like custom player designed systems, so with Kickstarter, allowing players to name and design star systems is going to be one of the rewards. So obviously we need to be able to get that data in game between patch cycles and be able to get in there and edit it between patch cycles. So we'll store that data on a remote server, and then the game will fetch the custom data from the remote server and use that. So that data can come from any remote server. But as easy as it is to get and parse data, if the data structure changes, then parsing will generally fail because it's no longer in the format you expect it to be in. And then you're relying on third parties that you have no control over. So yes, it's possible. No, it's not necessarily a good idea. At least with, third parties that we can't control. Because like if someone trashes a Wikipedia page and fills it full of obscenity, then that appears in the game, which we don't want. There's also probably some kind of usage rights problem with that. Okay, we need to store these guys as variables because we're accessing them a little bit later down the line. Yeah, and oddly, they do already exist. This is this is the bit about list items that confuses me slightly. Because technically you'd think you shouldn't need to set those variables because they're literally coming from the same class that you're already on. But where else can you access this? Like, can you literally just get them? I suppose you can. I wonder. I might have actually been overcomplicating this. Let's just see a minute. Because we're like setting a variable on the class that we are, which is, yeah, doesn't make much logical sense, which means that these guys should be able to just use these. Oops, nope, want to get that, not set it. Oh yeah, we do need the sector location to list the child objects. Okay, that's fine. Is it fine? No, actually, because we already use a MySQL database for things like the backer names in the credits. So I haven't hooked it up yet, but I've got a MySQL table hosted on the website which lists all the backers. So we can pull from that to do the credits in game, which means that if we get backers on Patreon or Ko-fi, like between a patch cycle, it means we can put their name in the credits without having to update the game. So they can just like go on there instantly. Did I not expose those? Didn't, did I? Do they need to be exposed on spawn? I suppose they do. So that. And we also need to expose you on spawn. There we go. Yes, I am working on targeting and navigation. Well, targeting and sensors. I'm bringing the sensors UI up to a modern standard and laying all the foundation work for planetary scanning and life and all that stuff. Kickstarter will be going live in 5 days, 14 hours, 57 minutes and 20 seconds. Roughly. Thank you. Yeah, me too. I'm both excited and nervous. This could get us the funding we need to be able to significantly expand the team, take on more developers, and I can focus on the galaxy and building the stuff that really excites me, whereas I can pass off things like the player character and other systems to other developers, and they can be dealing with that while I deal with the stuff I want to deal with, which would be nice. Yep, it was on 1182 last time I checked. What are we on now? 1183, it's gone up by 1. 1185, it's gone up by a lot more. Excellent. Yeah, I think I predicted around about 1400 by the time we actually launch, so I'm not far off of it. I don't think we'll get that many in 5 days though. I mean, it's going up about 10 a day, so yeah, I'd say maybe 1250 if we're lucky. I was messing around with some target sort of forecasting. Let me see if I can find it a sec. Yeah, so that's now 1185. So if we assume a 20% conversion rate, then based on the poll that we did, and these are the percentage of what people said they were likely to back at based on the poll. So we had 139 people in the poll. So using that as our data point, we should get roughly 22,000 within the first 72 hours. And then Kickstarter said to assume that to be 25% of your total, which means that come the end of the campaign, we should just about scrape the target. So that's just a rough idea of what we might be expecting. Now, in a more pessimistic view, we'd need 2,300 or so backers in order to scrape the target, but I think this is probably more likely. But again, this is just pulling numbers out of thin air for the most point. But I think based on this, we should scrape the target, but I don't know whether we'll hit any stretch goals. But we'll see. We'll find out in 5 days, I guess. Thank you. Yeah, it's I guess we've said it quite a lot. This is the kind of game that we've always wanted. That whole experience of living and working in deep space, getting out there and just exploring and seeing what's out there, and living on a ship that's filled with crew that all have their own lives and routines. It's I don't think it's been done before. I can't think of any titles which have done that in that much detail. Certainly not in first person. I guess that's our USP, isn't it? That's what makes us different from the other space sims. It's that living and working in space aspect. At least on a big cruiser with a crew. Right, what did I need from this? I want the galactic, I want the local, I want temperature. Why do we have test text? What am I using that for? Nothing, so that can go away. Well, we aim to please. Yeah, I'm just looking forward to the day when we've got a significantly fleshed out crew, and you can step onto the bridge with a cup of coffee in your hand, sit down and see the crew going about their business, and then start giving them directives. So I think I've got no choice but to throw the sector location at that for now. So none of that is really needed, so that can go now. What's it not liking? Is that not it? No? Okay. That's what I was looking for. Refresh all the nodes. Hang on a minute, that's an array, that's not. Did I mess up? I think I might have messed up. Right, so our sector location's not an array. Sorted locations are. It's fine, so that's. Yeah, that all goes through as an array. Right, there's definitely not an array. Right. That should fix that. Good evening, welcome to the stream. Okay, ineptitude resolved. It's about time we give this a quick test, actually. So, of course, there's an error. Why wouldn't there be an error? So you're no longer an existing function, so that's fine. To be honest, this entire widget is no longer needed. So this will eventually get deleted anyway, so that's fine. Oh, I love tossing out old code. Just nothing makes me happier than deleting stuff. Still working. That's not working. So I guess that answers that question. You can't just grab those variables. Oh, this is good though. We've got 11 targets, which is what we want. So we've got the right number of objects, which is good. And they're all drawing on the holo display properly, which is good. But this means that you obviously can't can't just access the data directly. Like, you can't just pull these variables, you actually do need to set them. Yeah, hopefully that holo display is going to get nicer and even more complicated over time. So I guess when it constructs the list item, it must not be setting the variables when they're added, which doesn't make a lot of sense because we're literally giving the details to each one as they're added one at a time. So why is it not accessing that data? There must be something about the fact that they're a list item which is doing that, and probably something to do with the fact they're also kind of like weird virtual items that kind of appear and disappear as you scroll. That's a good idea. Good code. Lovely code. Well-behaved code. So the question is, if I now set these variables from the cast, does that then work? If it does, it explains the problem. Well, that half worked. It thinks they're all selected. Doop-be-doop-be-doo. Okay, that's good then. So now obviously it's adding all the planets as root objects, which is fine. I know why it's doing that, so that's okay. But the star's picking up its correct color, and the reason they're all red is because it's picking up a temperature which is like 100 Kelvin or so, and that's nowhere near hot enough to be anything other than red. But it's working, so that's the main thing. Do we have... They're not clicky. These ones are clicky and they are working, so that's good. That's strange actually, because there's no reason why that one wouldn't be clicky. Progress is good. So yeah, so obviously when you add a list item, even though you're setting the variables when you add it, it doesn't actually set the variables you have to cast to them after the fact. Fascinating. Okay then, so at least we've got that data now. So the other thing... So when we click the button, we're going through the planets. Yeah, I think I will duplicate this list item and just use 2 different versions for the 2 different jobs. Trying to crowbar 2 things into one class just isn't working. Because they kind of, although they practically use the same data, they do use it slightly differently, so... Yeah, unless I can... Because all it's getting is the list of planets, which we do already have access to. Although... Oh yeah, because it's just getting the first object, which is the star, so it's assuming the first object to be a star, which it won't always be, so that could perhaps do with changing. And we're perhaps unnecessarily generating the data there, so that can be avoided simply by passing the planets through. Oh, that's cool. What's your wife's name? That's it. Share the name. We have to do a shout out. Okay, so everyone please say happy birthday, Sandra. Well done. Happy birthday, Sandra. Hope you're having a wonderful birthday. And I'm sorry that we've stolen your husband for your birthday. That's 1 year younger than me. Thanks. No, I'm just young for my age. I think it has something to do with refusing to grow up. Just had a thought, actually. This sector location that we're passing isn't always going to be the one we're in. So what I had planned won't work. Right, okay, no, fine. We shall bite the bullet and we shall duplicate this class and have 2 of them. Let's make it easier rather than constantly fighting with different variables. Duplicate. So we want there we go. So if we separate these out, then we can hone them a little bit more for what we're actually using them for, rather than trying to be too generic. Generally speaking, you should try and be as generic as possible and reuse code where you can, but when you get to the point where the thing you're working on is getting so convoluted because you're trying to make it do 2 different jobs, you may as well just have 2 different classes. Okay, so this is now our medium range root object, which of course is full of errors. So when we click on this item, we don't need to do this anymore because we've already got because no, it already is itself, so that is fine. So what the sensors do from a code perspective is they sort of pick apart the data that we've already generated. So the position of the ship in the galaxy is what drives the galaxy generation. So we already have some structs that are full of all the stars, all the planets. That data's already generated. And then what the sensors do is they give you access to that data, and then they reveal that data in a layered way. So we generate a lot of the galaxy data in 2 goes. So we have a very, very low detail pass, I guess a high level overview, where you get the star class, its location in the galaxy, its temperature, basically the things that we can't derive in some other way. And then when we need more details, then we'll query that star specifically for those additional details, like its planets. So obviously that star will have a seed, and that seed is generated as part of the high level data. And then when you click on that star in the sensors and click the scan button, what it's actually doing is taking the seed for that star, along with its temperature and everything, and then it's generating the star system on the fly from the press of the sensors button, and then the data that it reveals to you is everything that it's just generated. So it's like it is the interface between the player and the data. Of course, this is a different class now, isn't it? So that won't work. I will amend that statement to say, I think of everything eventually, because a lot of it's trial and error. Okay, so that there isn't needed on this one. Yeah, I think my thought process generally goes along the lines of, wouldn't it be cool if? And then, wouldn't it be cool if kind of goes into, but how would I do that? And then that kind of goes into, let's try and do that. And then that didn't work. And then why did that happen? And then eventually that kind of goes in circles until it works. It's probably the typical male approach to anything, really. You know, hit it with a hammer until something happens. Okay, so for this particular list item, we do need the sector location, because that's what we're passing on as our target. Yes, although we are just passing the details on. So why don't I just grab that in the first place? That's probably going to... yeah, that'll save me having to generate it again a second time. Yeah, so that's... actually, I've got it here already as an array, so we don't want it as an array. Yeah, Claire will confirm my love of WD-40. I spray it on everything. Including Claire when she makes these strange whining noises. Oh, this makes me happy. I get to remove a cast. Remember, casts are evil. Never cast anything if you can avoid it. Right, so all we need to do now is literally just tell it that. So gotta compile it. I know that's a long range one. That one. Why is it still showing? Oh, is that one? I said, don't be an array. So now that we've gone through the effort of making those variables, we now don't need them. So we've got our sector location, which is the high-level data, and then we've got the large system object, which is the low-level data. Okay, Jamie, no worries. Thanks for joining the stream, and again, happy birthday to Sandra. Right, so we've got our parent objects. So we set the sector location, and then from that we can. Oh no, that's the high level data. So that's the one we're using over here. Yeah, so that's the cast that we can dispense of. So yeah, so not that one. We want the large system object, that one. So that's basically everything about this object, which in the first instance will be a star, and then on the child ones it will be the actual planets themselves. And then for these, we can just grab that from there. Right, so that should be relevant to this specific object. Okay, that's fine. And the same with this one. We want that data specifically. Galactic coords. Right, so that's how we know that we've actually targeted the object. So they've got another cast here we can do away with. Right, so we're casting to the blueprint component, which is on game state, where we generate all the galaxy data. And again, we're getting the list of planets, which we don't actually need to do again, because we've already got it here. Because this is the star system we're already in, so in fact, that's this data, we've already got that, so... Yeah, so that large system objects does need to be an array. Yeah. Right, because you are what we have down here, which means that all of that isn't needed. It's another cast we can get rid of. That one's unavoidable. But that's weird because we're comparing a vector. Oh, because it's the array. My bad. Hang on, I've got myself confused now. Right, yeah, because we don't need the sector location, we need this object, which is not a sector location, it's a large system object. So yeah, that's where I'm confusing myself. Right, let's make it less confusing. See ya, check right there. Have a good one. Oops, I forgot to change the type. Large system object. Thanks, yeah, I'll be heading to bed at some point. It's only just gone 11. No, it's not actually. It's 5 to midnight, but still. The night is young. Right, so after all that messing about and me getting myself confused, which is easily done, I admit. Right, so we need the data for this specific object, which, in the case of this, we don't even want all of them. We only actually want the first object, because that's going to be the star. Right, yeah, so that's the star, and that's everything else in the system. Which means here we're comparing this system object and its coordinates and then so that's fine. So again, we're sending it this system object, and we need the vectors out of that as well. Good, that can go away. That's all fine. That's all fine. That's good, that's good, that's good. Right, then we need to get the name. Okay, that's good. That's all fine. Right, and then when it's expanded, that's when we need this one, which is medium range level 1. And that's where we'll put the planets. Okay. Right, I think I made that way more confusing than I needed to, but there we go. That should be that done now. And I noticed that I removed the cast on this one. That might need to go back in again for a minute. Let's just restore this temporarily. I'll come back to that one in a minute. Because we've got this one for the system locations, which is okay, yeah, and then we need to make sure we just refresh the list. You need to do this because if you've got like an expanded tree, it doesn't always refresh to display the fact you've expanded it. So just by forcing it to scroll to the top, it just refreshes the whole thing. Just tidy this up a sec. That can go away, that can go... No, not the whole thing, just that bit. weird. Okay. So what we should have here now is on the medium range sensors, we should just see the star. And it should bring up the coordinates when we click on it, depending on how that's connected. Hi Joshua, welcome to the stream. Okay, that's fine. Not sure why it's just saying star name. That's interesting, because that should have been should have come up as red, not white. I think I haven't updated the actual panel. It's probably still using the long range one. There we go. Let's try again. Okay, it's more like it. Okay, we can select it, and we've got our planets. Looks like we've got the right number of planets as well. They just need some data set up on them. So we're not updating the coordinates when we're clicking on it, so that's something that needs fixing. Okay, and then the long range just needs its planet sorting out. But, yeah, the coordinates are updating all right. Okay, so you're the medium one, which means you need to be yeah, medium range L1. And then we're passing through the right object. Oh, I see why it was erroring now. Of course, it's different class. So cast to medium range L1. system object. And then we'll just set the name. So that should give us our list of planets. However, we do need to skip 0, which I'm already doing actually. Yeah, we need to skip the first one on the list because the first one's always the parent object. So we'll skip that. Right, so we should have planet names under the list now. He says optimistically. Almost. Yeah. That was definitely more hope. Alright, so why is it not getting the planet name? Okay, so when we send the data, yeah, so we got our current sector details, which includes all the planets. We then send that into here. We clear the list, work out how many objects are in range, which is all coming out correct. We get the first system object, which is this actual star. And then we get all the other system objects. I could derive that from that really, but do that at a later date. So yeah, so that's all good, and we're constructing the medium range 1 level 0. That's all fine. So then we're getting our all system objects array, which contains all of the star systems, sorry, all of the planets in the star system rather. We're then constructing medium range L1. We're adding that. Just make sure I've got that on there, so that's, yeah, that is there. Let's call that something specific so we don't get it mixed up. It's got a medium range L1. Actually be planet name. And let's make that grey. Just so we know what we're dealing with. Oh, actually, is that even listing the right one? Again, that's probably the issue, isn't it? Where's the default? Oh, it is, isn't it? Yeah, so, alright, that needs to be medium range L1. Right, okay. Alright, now it will work. Optimism. There we go. Okay, so something we need to do now is make it so that we can target child objects independently of the routes. Because we're only checking the galactic coordinates, we need to actually check the local as well. Just so we know that we're definitely working on the correct object. And then we need to be able to scan it. So these guys aren't going to have any data there yet. Right, let's fix that a minute, because I broke that while I was trying to make it to multimodal. Right, so previously all we were passing was the sector location. I'm going to get rid of these medium tabs so I don't click on them by mistake. Right, so we don't want any of those, we just want that one. Which means we'll go back to grabbing the name and temperature for those. So, yep. And yep, that's these two as well. So we'll keep our horror cast for now. Yeah, I think so. We need to do this at this point, so we definitely need to generate the data here for this particular version, because this is the actual details of the star system. Now obviously we don't want to generate that for every star system at once, so when selection has changed, i.e. when you click on the item, it then generates the data. But if I move the blueprint interface to game state itself, then I won't need to cast to game state in order to access the blueprint component that's on it. Which I won't do now, but that is how I will fix that and get rid of that cast. Hi Tech Otter. We are doing some more work on the sensors. Right now we're working on the medium range sensors and just getting it to show what's in the current system that you're in. I'm just fixing some things that I broke. I was trying to make this list item entry multi-purpose, so I could use it for more than one thing, but ultimately that just proved to be more frustrating than it was worth, so I'm just kind of putting it back to how it was. Which means we now have a few redundant variables that we don't need anymore. Just give that a test, make sure it's all working again. So they all highlight properly, they expand properly, so that's all good, that's all working. And then on the medium range we have just the star and the planets. Great. Okay, so also with this we need to make it so we can actually highlight and target a specific object, and not only have it so that stays highlighted, but also so this tree stays expanded as well at the same time. So when we scroll off screen and come back, it stays expanded with that object highlighted, so we don't lose that. So that's a to-do list item. Same thing here, so that we can target these individually. Oh, they are working otherwise. And on the short range, we just need to draw the same data. So I guess on the short range, this can be slightly different because we don't actually need the galactic coordinates, although it might be worth keeping them there anyway, just for reference point's sake. But that's all going to be working off of these local coordinates. Yeah, so I'll have it when you click the short range, it will just show the name of like Earth in this case, and then that won't appear until you click on it. Yeah, and that coordinate bit needs moving under there, like that one is, and then we'll have all the planetary data here, including the surface scan details. And then, I suppose along with this, so we'll have it so that if you click the planet on here, then any specific targets of interest on the surface will come up under the tree, and then you can target those surface locations individually, along with orbital things as well. So there's any moons or any orbital stations, that'll also come up in the list. Might be nice if we can separate the surface locations separately though. I'll think on that. Okay then, so let's do one last thing before I call it a night. Let's just add the list view on here, so at least we're picking up the planet. And then that's all 4 sensor modes, at least generating something. So we need to begin with, we can get rid of that. Set that to 3. Move that over there a bit. Make it a bit bigger. Again, I'll tidy all these up kind of off stream, because that's just fiddly. That can default to 0. And then we will grab close to this actually. Let's grab that, and that. So we take all of that, and we pop all of that on there. Let's just rename these a minute. Right, and then we need to make a short-range version of this one. change that because it's now a different class. Cast to short range. I shall come and set that up in a moment. That should fix that problem. Alright, and then scan target needs to do something. Okay, so those are our 3 scan modes. And then we just need center helm. Again, the reason I've got 3 separate buttons that do the same thing is because I'm using a widget switcher. And it's easier from an authoring perspective just to have 3 different buttons rather than trying to make one button appear on 3 different widget pages. Right, so that should be all of that. That needs changing over here. Make sure we set that to page 0 to begin with. Okay, and now what we need to know is which actual planet we're at. Which means we need to do a bit of measuring. I'll call it list planet locations for want of a better description. Right, and then for now, really, this just needs to be a large system object. And that should have things like moons and stuff in these arrays here. Right now there's nothing there, but that's where the moons will come from. And then we can break into that data as we go. See that. Let's just for completeness sake, let's just put that there because that will take moons into account. We don't need to do that check anymore. And then that would be so whatever that is plus 1. Because obviously we have the planet itself. So for now, that's going to be 0 plus 1. So it will just say 1 target. We'll sort that out to deal with plurals at a later date. Right, and now we need to construct this. So we need short range. Short range and short range. And make sure we clear the short range list, not the medium range. So actually that can go there, that's fine. Right, then on here, we... Oh no, that's the long range one, don't mess with that. Short range, okay, so... We want the parent widget, and we want this object, that's no longer relevant. Grab the name. I think for now, that's all we need to do. At least just to get the object listed. Welcome back. Right, so before we can identify which planet we're actually around at this precise moment, we actually need to measure our distance to each of these. So we need to, for each, you know what, I'm going to make this into a macro, it'd be easier, wouldn't it? Find closest planet. Actually, no, I'll do this as a function because I need to make a local variable. Find closest planet. Right, so for each one of these planets, we need to take the local coordinates, and then we need to run distance check against the location of the ship, which I don't have right now. You are an array, and then we simply add that right, so we measure the distance to all the different planets, then we add that to the array, and then we get minimum of float array, and that is what we want, and that should give us our closest planet in the array, which we then output. That's a large system object, isn't it? Yeah, so large system object. So that should be all we need to do. However, we do need a reference to where the ship currently is, which we're not doing. So let's just add that in here. Thanks. Hopefully it's going to get even more involved over time once we add more physical hardware and more complexity to everything. It should be a lot more engaging. Exactly that, yeah. So the breakers will eventually have the ability to fail, and they'll have a reset button. So if you start up the ship in the wrong order, like you shunt power from the reactor whilst all the breakers are open across the ship, then you'll get a big power spike, which will blow all those breakers. Then you'll have to go around resetting them all. So the order in which you do things will become important. couple of people on our Discord were trying to speed run it to see how quickly they could start the ship up. So you might want to give that a go, see how quickly you can run through it. That'll do for now with this. Just need to capture the local coordinates of the ship. Make sure I actually update that. Where are we? Yeah, that one. It's getting confused then. Right, so that's that one. I just realised I didn't do it on this one, so make sure this one's actually updating. Oh, that's a shame. I imagine we'll start experimenting with that once we add VoIP back in. We did have it at one point, but it was causing a crash, so we just disabled it for now. Oh, yes. I need to remember not to sleep through that. Yeah, same. I've been a Texas tank watcher since the Hopper days. Random trivia: one of our Q&A guys actually used to be one of the moderators on Le Padre stream. Small world. So we find our closest planet, and that's the one we send the data for. So we get all the planets, we loop through the planets, measure a distance to each one, get the closest one, and that's our planet of choice. So that should work. And then that, make sure that's short range, yep. Right, let's give that a whirl and see. Yeah, me too. I started watching Tim, again, it was around about the Starhopper days. The whole, water towers can fly thing. That was amazing. His excitement and enthusiasm for it is just infectious. It's brilliant. It's a shame that he's just not as active these days as he used to be. I guess he's spending so much time making, long documentary style videos. He doesn't have the time to be there in person like he used to. Although I was so thankful that he managed to get on the crew for the first Starship. I don't think they could have chosen a better person. Yay, that worked. Okay, so does that mean I'm going to have to fly manually? If we fly on over to Mars. Whoa, too fast. Ah, loop of shame. Yeah, it's funny actually, when we decided to call this game Starship Simulator, it was yeah, that updated. It was kind of roughly the same time that Starship was becoming a thing, and I think back then it was even called Interplanetary Transport, ITS. So yeah, it's just kind of a funny coincidence that we ended up both picking Starship. But then a lot of the stuff in the game, especially when it comes to the construction work, has very much been inspired by what SpaceX are up to in Boca Chica. So there's a tangible link there between the two projects. Okay, well, this worked. It's definitely it picked up Mars automatically, and it's showing Mars there on the targets. And I'm starting to lose my voice, so I would say that this is a good time to call it a night. I'm terrible at ending streams. I never know what to say. So I will simply say thank you to everyone, and I will alt-tab to the wrong screen. Where are we? There we are. Yes, thank you once again, everyone, for joining the stream. The next stream will be on Sunday evening at 8 PM UTC, and there'll probably be every Sunday and every Wednesday moving forward. And I'll also try and work out how to dual stream on Twitch as well at the same time. Okay, well, thank you again. What time is it now? It's almost 1 AM for me, which is why my brain's frazzled. So I shall say good night and see you again on the next stream.